Welcome to the Live at the Waterhole show, and what a bonanza we've got opening up for you today. This is live right now at Jamala's Waterhole in Madikwe, South Africa, and I'm so chuffed that we got all these Ellies out here. My name's Stefan Winterboer. I'm going to be your naturalist for the next couple of hours. Looking forward to it immensely. And as I said right in the beginning, this is live. This is happening right now at Jamala. It is 10:31 in the morning in South Africa here today, and it looks like it is a hot day, and already this waterhole is starting to showcase its magic. This is really cool. There's a big bull elephant there on the backside, just in front of the zebra. Have a look at the way he strides in there, super confident. Now, it's an interactive show as well as being live, and you are please welcome to send through your comments, send through your questions, any observations that you had, whatever you feel like. If you don't know how, you just go and register on the WildEarth website and follow the prompts, basically. It would be great to hear from you today. Another big bull elephant coming in from the right. I haven't been on the show for a couple of days, but one thing that is different, which you may have picked up on already, is this camera's moved position at Jamala. It's higher and off to the right of where it used to be, and it's giving us the most epic view of Jamala Pan. I love this new position. You may be hearing some noises. People made noises in the background. Jamala burnt down a couple of months ago, and there's a team of builders on site furiously trying to rebuild it, which is 100% necessary in these very far-flung places where we have these camera locations set up. It is, or these tourist locations really do employ a lot of people, but more of that in a bit. We got two Ellies busy swimming, and it's always such a treat when we see elephants swimming. We got that one in the center having a bit of a wrestle with his friend while he's having a bath. And this new eye view gives us, this new bird's eye view gives us a great view of this pan, almost all of it, without having to look through the legs of the animals like we did in the other view. The other view was great because it was sort of eye level, but this bird's eye view is just, I don't know, another thing. There's a warthog off on the right as well. So we've got warthog, zebra, and elephant around the pan at the moment. But Jamala isn't the only location that we've got cameras at. If you're watching this for the first time, we've got many locations around, well, many pans, and all over the place, all over Southern Africa, including one in Kenya. So why don't we, without further ado, go and have a look at a weather summary for what to expect today around these locations. So most places today fairly warm, with the exception of our Africam Aldonio feed in Kenya, which is having some rain today. Same as me, where I'm sitting right now, it is pouring with rain. Actually, it's been raining the whole night. I'm in the Western Cape, about 2,000 kilometers south of where you're seeing these elephants now. And goodness me, this is a great view with those hills in the background, the famous Inselbergs of Madikwe. You're wondering where Madikwe is? It is in South Africa. It is one of the largest of the game reserves in South Africa, at about 80,000 hectares or so, just less than that. And right on the Botswana border, sort of center of the country, right up on the Botswana border, and has a very, very healthy population of elephant. And on a hot, dry day like we have today, what we're seeing is a lot of these elephant coming down to these waterholes. And this new view that we've got allows us to see what was often obscured by elephant in the foreground. We can see the far edge of the pan. And so right now we can look at the zebra busy drinking. We can watch the warthog having a drink. I can say that apart from the new view that we've got, the pan also looks a bit fuller than it was. Tough to say because a perspective change often makes you see different things. Is that elephant giving the zebra a bit of a go? Heidi, you've sent in the first comment this morning. You said good morning and it's good to have me back. Thank you. And hello to everybody out there. Exactly. So I must be honest with you. Thanks, Heidi. It's good. It's good to be back on the screen again. I miss seeing all of these animals, and I miss all of you. Great to hear from you. This little elephant using his head to get out of this. Often, when you have so many elephants around, it's actually quite difficult to see what's going on all the time. But what I was commenting on there before I got lost in the train of thought is that often when we see elephant battling with traction, we see them using their faces. So they put their heads on the ground, and I think it's just a weight. They don't necessarily dig their tusks into the ground or pull on something with their trunk. I think they just anchor themselves with their head. It allows them to get their feet up and under them. Look at that warthog being chased by that little Ellie. Gosh, this new view gives us such a great look at all these game paths that come in. I don't know, it's early days, but I quite like this perspective. And the fact that these cameras have got a zoom capability and we can pan left and right also allows us so much more dynamic range. Look at this little guy in his mud puddle. Yes, that is deep, that mud there at the moment. Two Ellies just sloshing around. There's this one here. Here he goes. See if he slips off his rock, his little island. And of course, you viewers out there you can hear what's going on as well. So you must be hearing all the sloshing. You must be hearing all the noises from these elephants. It could cause a few issues with the microphone if I had sound coming in. So I'm relying on you all to tell me what's happening from a audio point of view, at least anyway. Such a great idea, this live at the Waterhole. I know I keep on saying it from as often as I can, but the ability to be able to watch animals doing what they are doing this close without disturbing them is just, for me, the best thing. This little guy is. I finished his swim. Ah, there's a baboon. Chakma baboon. And the zebra coming back and the warthog coming back. So now that the Ellies have made their way, well done to the Zoomy operating the camera. These cameras are not easy to control. You control them from a keyboard and very far away from where this camera is, and so they're not easy to manipulate. But great job. There we got 4 different species of animal in the same picture. That baboon giving us a great view. What are you going to do? Just have a quick drink? Always doing something, these baboons. Very mischievous, and it's mainly because they're so adaptable and they need to be to exploit different food sources. Keeping an eye on this elephant who I don't think will tolerate him. It's trying to spray the baboon. He doesn't care at all. Wants for a drink, very thirsty. It's hot this time of the year, and yeah, much to eat at all. Chase the baboons away. They don't tolerate other species around waterholes much. They're quite selfish like that. Oops, the little baby fell in the hole. Did you see that? No, wants to go back to mom. Patches, you are 100% right. And they always look like a bunch of bullies around the water. And they are. I mean, you heard that elephant trumpeting there, I'm sure. I mean, that water can do nothing. It's not going to drink any meaningful amount of water. Neither are the baboons. And yet, must chase them. Here comes the rest of the troop.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
So great busy seeing these little ones. They're looking okay in okay condition. This time of the year is very hard for baboons to find food. And often the little ones look bedraggled and skinny because mom, even the unweaned baboons are battling mom not producing the quality of milk that she'd normally do. But all of these baboons are looking fairly healthy. There's another elephant coming, probably. Yeah. I just don't know why the elephants chase baboons. suppose the same reason people do. These two bull elephants on this island, also quite interesting. Their behavior would suggest that there's some or other type of positioning advantage being on this island. Let's see what these two do. Who's going to win this fight? The big boy, obviously. That mud is actually quite deep where this elephant's climbing out there. Now, they won't get stuck. It's not that deep. See how carefully he is with his feet positioned so he doesn't slip and fall. But that was quite interesting to see how deep that mud got. And then where that other one is there, where that stump is in the middle of the water, there's another deep hole there as well. These three bull elephant. This is an old elephant in close to the camera. You can see just his size. You can see how massive his skull is in relation to his body. When elephant get into their late 40s, their skulls are big. It's almost like their bodies shrink a little bit and leave their heads behind. And you can see that he got no fur on the end of his tail. He's just got a little bat rather than a tuft. Tusks have splintered off at some point in his life. And see how things just hanging on him. Massive elephant though. Not so big in terms of tusk size, but his body size is very big. Tom, yeah, you've said this one is the king of the island, the one that's dominating that space. It would certainly seem so, Tom. Um, Difficult to say what advantage there is there. I mean, there's obviously the water inlet pipe is switched off at the moment. That's usually where these elephants congregate and clamor about. But there's obviously some advantage, some cleaner water there, or something that just gives that island pace. Here, this Ellie coming into the mud. Let's see, he's going to give himself a splash, or is he also going to come in and see if he can get onto the island? It'll be interesting to see. Gosh, look how deep that mud is. The zebra in the background. That mud must be 5 feet deep. And I can stand underneath the elephant's front feet. That's how big they are. I can walk through it. I'm 6 foot tall. No, this male elephant on his little castle here, he's not going to let this one on either. It looks like he's facing off. Simpiwe, morning to you. As far as I'm aware, this is the first time I'm answering a question from you. And so while we watching that big Ellie just take a bit of a moment in his mud pool, you've asked a question on, do elephants have a breeding season? Simpiwe, they don't, because females have a 22-month gestation period. But more elephants will be born in the wetter months than in the drier months. So elephant babies can be born at any time, but you'll find more elephant babies are born in the wetter times of the year. And it's mainly just because mom needs to feed baby with milk, and producing milk is actually quite hard for females to do. It's very heavy on metabolism, and so their diets need to be good to give good quality milk. And Illy decided that he was just going to have a quick plop down and then stand up again. So he's standing there with his trunk over his tusks, very relaxed. That's a sign of relaxation. Oh, I see there are some Ellies clustered around the pipe, the inlet pipe, to the left of this big bull. Just getting my bearings with this new camera angle. Great. Where I'm sitting now, the sun has just popped its head out. And so lovely. With the can being as still as what it is today, not a lot of wind around at all. You can actually see the reflection of other elephants and animals in the background there, especially from this particular angle. It's lovely. That answers my question. We were seeing a zebra's reflection, and now we can see some of those baboons. Still, some of them coming down to drink. This Ellie on his island is just having a mouthful every now and again. Nothing too hasty about his actions today. This guy in his mud pool still there. He hasn't decided to come and fight for the right to stand on the island. He's just enjoying his mud pool, and rightly so. I think that's exactly where I'd be. The other guy can have his island. I'd much rather be swimming in the mud if I was an elephant. On a hot day like today, obviously. Gosh, this Ellie in the foreground, this male, his tusks are also widely splayed. I actually think that this elephant has actually had some sort of deformity or injury to his tusk. It's almost sticking out perpendicular to his face. This one standing with his leg crossed in the foreground. He's got a very unique and bizarrely shaped right tusk. No, that looks like it's normal. It's just incredibly widely splayed. Amazing. My obligatory hay fever attack at the start of the show has started. It's the most weird thing. Every time I start the show, within 10 minutes, I get a hay fever attack for some reason. Anyway, I'll be going quiet every now and again while I sneeze myself to death. So there he's looking like he's holding on to his weirdly shaped tusk. And you'll see now when these two elephants come together. There he goes. You see how his tusk sticks out the side of his head? Shame. And as a child that had pretty big teeth myself when I was younger, also stuck out my face. I know. I empathize with that poor elephant. Obviously does him no harm. Let's see if this king on his castle shares with younger elephants. Seems like he's just got an issue with male elephant, full grown male elephants sharing his island. Hmm. Andrew, the video guy, you've sent in a comment this morning saying you love the variety of animals all in one place. I agree with you completely. But this isn't the only camera we've got. We've got cameras all over the place, and so we have this massive variety of wildlife that we can actually share with everybody from different locations all over Southern Africa, and that's another big epic thing about this show. But at this particular pan, at this particular time of the year, we do have a lot of diversity. In fact, it's one of the best places to see elephant. We see them so many times here, and big herds as well. Amazing how this male elephant wanting to get onto this island has just sort of stayed in that mud pool, mud puddle. Same place. He hasn't moved at all. The eddies moved all around him. He obviously wants to get onto this island. This male, he is dominating it, except now he's sharing it with the youngster. Won't allow him a full-grown adult bull close. It will allow youngsters, obviously. Tiny little one. With mom. Not weaned just yet. So we'll be on milk most of the time. But you see, they're quite precocious, and so we'll be copying exactly what mom does. in an effort to learn how to use the trunk. He's already sprayed himself wet, so he's got some control over his trunk, but unsure on his feet. Cute, man. They always look like they've woken up from the best sleep ever, baby elephant, all the time. Amazing the zoom on these cameras. There you can see the soft fuzz of hair that baby elephants are born with, and then they lose when they get a little bit older. You can see on his forehead, just above his head, you can see how hairy he is, and you can look at his front legs, and you'll also see that he's hairy. And that's just reminiscent of earlier, more ancient forms of elephant that were covered in a fur. Obviously, being covered in fur as a baby elephant helps you stay warm, but as an adult, you don't need anything else that makes you any warmer. And he's still got all of his fur, which you don't see very often. It's lovely to see. Don't worry about what the camera's doing. It's an incredibly difficult thing mastering the art of these cameras. And so our cameraman is doing a great job keeping this little Ellie in view. But every now and again, practicing what mom's doing. There you go. You can see how they use their head to get up places. Use their ankles, use their head as an anchor. We see this behavior where elephants tusk these banks and then kick at the water to agitate it to get some mud. She's going to obviously give herself a bit of a mud bath now. This baby's made it onto the bank. Taller than mom for the first time in his life. All right, but Jamala isn't the only camera we've had, even though we've been on it for so long with these Eddies. We've got other cameras all over the place. So why don't we head over to Namibia and Okuyo and go and see what's happening around there? So just like that, we've come from South Africa into Namibia and into the north of Namibia into Etosha National Park and around one of the largest waterholes that is in Etosha, a place called Okuyo. Sounds pretty weird, but you can see the spelling on the top left-hand side of the screen. Bizarrely named place. I think it means pregnant woman or something. I'll find out exactly what the name means now for you. But a glorious day. You can see just how blue the sky is. So obviously not much wind, settled all the dust out of the atmosphere, and has given us such a great, beautiful blue sky against the white concrete of this Pan's area, immediate area. All the springbuck. You'll notice there in the distance something's coming down the game path. I'm finding so many meanings of this word Okakweo. It's actually quite interesting. Um, the one I've got a scientific paper that is being written by H. Berry, C.J. Fee Rocher, M. Paxton, and T. Cooper, and it is the names, origin, and meaning of place names in the Etosha National Park. So if anyone's going to have it, these guys are going to. And so I'll be looking and seeing what Okakweo means. As soon as I find it on this list. Page 19 already, and we're just carrying on going. So, gosh. Mingle Mungo, you've sent through a comment saying it's the day of the Springbucks, and Mingle Mungle, sorry. It is the day of the Springbucks. It's every day is the day of the Springbucks out here. Even though Springbuck do not need to drink, they will drink when water is plentiful, and in this particular spot, water is plentiful. What's the Springbuck got stuck on his head? He's got a branch stuck on his head. You look beautiful with your decoration. Well done, Springbuck. Obviously, ran through a bush or something, and part of it stuck with the Springbuck. Obviously, wait for it to dry out before it falls off, or rub it off on the nearest bush. I don't think it's doing anything to it. Gosh, what a funky hairdo. And there in the back are two greater kudu females. It's a nice view, gosh. All right. So here's Okakweo, according to this scientific paper that I found, pronounced Okakwiyu. Okakwiyu. The original spelling is Okakwiyu, meaning the woman who has a child every year, or a prolific woman. So one of several legends associated with Okakweo relates how a tribal princess and her followers living by the natural fountain were visited by a prince from the neighboring tribe. He had every intention of sleeping with the attractive princess, but his ardor was dampened by the news that her menses were flowing, so he left without making love to her, venting his frustration by calling the spring place of red water or place of the sick woman. Another tale tells of the place of bandits, headed by a person who during the 1930s held women captive, Om woman from the Om tribe, Hay tribe. Gosh. Place of the salt bush, major component of the dwarf shrub savanna surrounding Okakweo. A little known alternative name for Okakweo is to be found on the Kriegskarte von Deutsche Zuidwest-Afrika, redrawn by Spriggade and Moisel in 1987 from the mapping work done by Dr. George Hartmann and indexed by von Sherman and Rusch in 1987. There it was known as Hui-Ub, which relates phonetically to the name Hui-E, given above. The rest camp's floodlit waterhole, now supplemented by boreholes, is one of Etosha's major tourist attractions. Okakweo has been the headquarters of Etosha since formal tourism began in 1955. All right, so there you have it. Excuse me. It is the woman who has a child every year, or a prolific woman, that is, but it is also a place of bandits. It's known by many tribes by many different things, but there's obviously a spring here, or was a spring here, is a spring there. That's why the rest camp is here. And now the spring is supplemented by borehole water. It is also known by many different tribes. Obviously, the spring in a dry area like this was going to be known. It was a place that was going to be well known. And of course, as we humans do, we now go and build a rest camp around the spring and choose one of the many names of this area to call the rest camp. The prolific woman, I think, is apt, considering the fact that it is a very productive area from a game viewing point of view, and then also lots of tourists coming out. A major tourist attraction in Etosha is this rest camp. So let's stick with that one.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
All right, why don't we give this pan time to reset to the new group of animals and go and have a look at what's happening at Juma. Goodness me. And there we have a waterbuck, a great looking waterbuck bull with the horns, females don't have, and an impala ram, also females don't have horns. In the background, you'll see Juma Camp. And so we're on the left-hand side of the camera. The pan is off to our right and down the hill slightly. And another glorious day here. So we've come about, goodness, 1,000 odd kilometers east of where we were at Madikwe. We're in the Greater Kruger National Park. So, in effect, the Kruger National Park is made up of two types of land that is state owned, that's the Kruger National Park, and land that is privately owned. And adjacent to the Kruger National Park, part of. So we can see a fence there in the distance. That's just people safe inside the camp at nighttime predominantly. And together, the private land and the state-owned land is what's called the Greater Kruger National Park. So made up of privately owned pieces of land that are attached to and part of the Kruger. There's no fences or anything between the private and the Kruger Park. And we call that the Greater Kruger National Park, and it adds a substantial amount of land to the Kruger. And then you've got a third part, which is a transfrontier park, which is land adjacent to the Kruger National Park in a different country that's attached to the park. And that also adds a massive amount of land to these animals' ability to just live in intact ecosystems as possible. Many millions of hectares. It rained. The first big rains fell at Djuma. So we had over 20 mils of rain. We consider that the first rains of the season. That was last week. I think there was 20 to 25 millimeters of rain that fell in this area last week. And it was so cool because the bush is just going to explode. You can already see the brown turning to green. And these animals who have spent a long dry season basically going hungry are just really enjoying the green flush coming through now. And over the next couple of weeks, you'll watch the bush go from brown to green. You won't notice it. You'll just all of a sudden look up and there'll be no more brown to be seen whatsoever. Everything will be green, and a beautiful electric green for a couple of weeks before settling into the dark green of deep summer in January, February, March. Daniela, you'd like to know if it's only is all antelope bulls have horns? Gosh, Daniela, yes. I don't know of male antelope that don't have horns. I'm trying to think if there's one or two of the Indian antelope that don't have horns, but even they've got small horns. So yeah, I'm going to say that, Daniela, all male antelope have horns, but not all antelope have horns. Some females of the species don't. So, for instance, waterbuck females, they don't have any horns, and neither do impala. But things like steenbuck do. Page 3, I've got a book here. So, spiral-horned antelope, all of them have horns. Eland, they have horns. Sable-roan gemsbok oryx, they've all got horns. Wildebeest, hartebeest, they've all got horns. Bontebok, blesbok, tsessebe, they've all got horns. Waterbuck, leshware, carb, puku, reedbuck, they've all got horns. Impala have got horns. Reebok have got horns. All your gazelles, your duikers have got horns. Klipspringer, Dikkop, Steenbok, Grysbok, Sunni, royal antelope, pygmy antelope, Byra, they've all got horns. Dik, Grysbok, they've all got horns. So, all antelope have horns. All male antelope have horns. I'm just going to check this one. Clark's gazelle. Yeah, even the Clark's gazelle, which I didn't even know existed, has horns. A great question there, Daniela. Again, so if you hear a pouring noise behind me. It is the rain coming out of the gutter next to my office. Such a great noise. Goodness me. No rain at Juma at the moment, but you can see from the wind that's blowing there this time of the morning and just the look and feel. Clear skies with that wind blowing, it's always a good sign. And it's coming out of the south. All the rain comes out the south. Great. Must be such a pleasant day. Wind, not so good for game viewing though. I wouldn't be if this morning's game drive on the Sunrise Safari was a little bit quiet. Usually what happens when it starts raining is everything sort of disperses back into the wilderness. And overnight becomes quite difficult to see stuff, relatively speaking. It's obviously an ebb and a flow to game viewing in Africa. You'll never not see let me rephrase that. I was going to say you'll never not see what you want, but that is time dependent. You will see anything in Africa, anything and everything, given enough time. Doesn't really matter about the season. You can see the following signs that these animals have evolved with over time. You can see that very distinctive white ring on the back of the waterbuck, and you can see the 3 vertical black stripes on the impala's rump. Those are all to accentuate those body parts and are used for communicating any number of things. I called it a following mechanism because one of the theories is that babies and other members of the herd will follow those bold markings. And that's it. Goes down into the ruminating posture. So that waterbuck has probably been eating grass for a few hours now. His rumen is now full. He's now lying up in the shade to chew the cud. So he's a ruminant, and he'll bring up little boluses of the grass that he's been eating and chew it finer before swallowing it, and the grass then moving through to the rest of the digestive system. Call it a 4-chambered stomach. Sort of 4 parts to it. It doesn't really have 4 separate sacs, but it only has 4 different parts to it. You'll see very soon, you'll see his jaw start moving. If that oxpecker doesn't irritate him to actually move. And these impala will do the same thing. They'll feed until their rumen is full, and then they will go and lie down and chew the cud. Dave, you wanted to know, could these animals wander anywhere in the Greater Kruger? 100% yes, Dave. They can wander anywhere except for inside camps. You can see that fence around Juma camp is quite robust. I mean, I've watched leopard and any number of antelope sort of jump over that, sail through it, baboons jump over it. So it's porous, but it does keep buffalo, elephant, lion out, and so it does provide safety. Anyway, back to your question. The animals can theoretically move anywhere in the Greater Kruger National Park, including the Transfrontier Park. I'm just going to pull up a stat quickly on how big that area is. So give me 1 second. So this is a figure quoted by a very credible source, Africa Geographic, where they say that the Greater Kruger refers to the 344,000 hectares or 860 acres of protected land to the west of the Kruger National Park that provides a more substantial area for wildlife to roam freely. Private and local community property owners own this traditional land, and most is utilized for for commercial purposes. But there's no fence between the Kruger and the Greater Kruger, and quickly going to pull up a figure on how large the area is.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
These bachelor herds will be made up of youngsters, like that one on the far right, prime males who are not the dominant ram, like that one second to right with these beautiful horns with the tips parallel to one another, and then old males whose tips splay apart from one another, who are not in their prime anymore. These bachelor herds will be made up of them, with one ram being with the ladies. Mid 90s here in temperature, so mid 30s today. It's already quite hot, and of course, shade most welcome. You can see everything bedding down in it. As the saying goes. I was just saying, commenting on how the animals are lying up under the shade on a hot day like this, and that there's a saying that says only mad dogs and Englishmen are out and about in the middle of the day in Africa. Big stretch. Really cool. Alrighty, why don't we leave Juma Camp and the pan and see what's happening back at Jamala. Aha, so we've got a herd of buffalo that's now arrived, which is really cool. So we've still got the elephant around the pan, only now we've got a small herd of Cape buffalo that have also decided to come into the water. We're having a bit of a drink. Interesting to see that they waded right into the water for a drink. Usually they don't. They don't mind the water. They're really large and so are not really in danger of being smashed by a crocodile. Youngsters, of course, but adult buffalo weigh 800 kilograms. You need to be a very big crocodile to take on one of them. So nice to see, actually. You see them, I mean, I've seen them, 3 or 4 times around the pan. I'm not sure if I'm having a wee in the water. I'm not sure how many times, like a week, they get seen. I'm obviously not on the show every single day, but seeing adult bull buffalo around a pan is fairly common, but not herds. Even though they'll drink every day, they need to drink once a day at least. But this herd will be moving around, and so won't always be coming down to Jamala Pan. That buffalo fell into that hole that's deep enough to swallow an elephant. It's going to be deep enough to swallow a buffalo as well. Interesting seeing him wade across the mud. Not typical behavior at all. They can and do swim, specifically in areas where water is a lot more common. So in the Okavango Delta, for instance, I've seen buffalo swimming across channels. And so they definitely are quite good swimmers, as are elephant. As far as I know, there's only 2 animals that can't swim, and that's a white rhinoceros and a leopard tortoise. And it's all got to do with the fact that they can't lift their head up above horizontal, and so can't keep their heads out of water, and so can't swim as a result. These 2 ellies in the bottom. This one is just caked with mud. What are you doing, bud? It's usually a dominance display, more so than mating. That's usually just when one ellie decides that he's going to Show another Ellie how big and strong he is. They climb on each other. Are they going to go and take out their frustrations on the buffalo? Elephant will kill buffalo from time to time, specifically if resources are in short supply. I don't think we're in danger of seeing that here. Pouring with rain again. It's coming in these squalls past my office. Lovely. Elephant shaking his head at the buffalo, giving him a momentary pause. Other one also having the wee in the water. Gosh. Pan's become so manky this time of the year. Madikwe hasn't had the. You'll notice a distinct difference between Madikwe and Juma. Juma have had their first summer rains, or rains over 20 millimeters, so first substantial rain. Madikwe hasn't had that yet. And so you can see that the bush is still very much in a sleeping phase. But everything around this pan will go a shocking electric green. You won't see brown anywhere. Obviously, sand doesn't change color, but you won't see plants with any brown on them whatsoever by January. But what will also happen is the fact that we won't see as much animals around the pans as well. So, for those of you out there who just love seeing the abundance of wildlife, the volume of animals that we see around the pan definitely will decrease as they spread out all through the park during the wetter times of the year. There's a big bull buffalo there on the left-hand side, the McDaddy of this herd. Prime bull. Gosh, he looks massive. See that very solid boss, so that makes him a prime, fully grown adult bull buffalo. The boss has gone hard. They get this like sheen to it. Tips have been worn down. Body huge, formidable animal, this buffalo. A reputation for being called the Black Death. Rather dramatic, but they do pose a significant risk. There's one lying down. Another bull buffalo. Oh, no, that one's just a very big cow. Cooling down. Mustering themselves to carry on with their wanderings for the day. There the Pathfinder is going, top buffalo. And they'll probably all leave. Be interesting to see if the male buffalo leaves, the big bull buffalo leaves with them. So there So we've got this herd of buffalo at the moment, mustering, getting ready to move on. They'll probably lie up in the shade for a little bit. Got this one buffalo that decided he's not going to walk around, they're just going to walk through. And then we've still got some elephant around the pan, which is quite nice. I'm always surprised at how deep this pan is. It was a deep hole there. Let's see what these illies do to that buffalo. The youngster might chase this buffalo a little bit. So nice to see. Small little elephant herd unit that. I see these big bulls are still around. And some zebra as well. There's a game path there that these buffalo are going to head out onto. We often see elephant coming down that game path, and from this new elevated position, we can actually see the game path there snaking its way through the bush. Good way if you were ever lost in the African wilderness, if you wanted to find water, to find one of these game paths and you follow it to water is game paths converging. Away from water is game paths splitting. And they can become veritable highways through the bush. In fact, the game viewing roads that the vehicles use, often the primary roads, are put in along these animal paths. Obviously, the animals use them. And if you want to see animals, you've got to be where the animals are, right? Buffalo going for a swim as well. Picasso, you've asked me a question I have no idea of answering, of how to answer. If a buffalo is sick, is its nose still moist? Gosh, I don't know enough about cows and buffalo to be able to give you an answer to that, Picasso. Um, I'm assuming you know a little bit about cattle, and if your cows or your cattle or your experience is such that sick animals have dry noses, then yes, I suppose. Sick buffalo out here in the African wilderness tend to get eaten by lion pretty quickly, so not enough time to watch their noses usually. But a great question nonetheless. If any of you out there know the answer to that, please share it with us. It would be great to hear from you. Right, why don't we give Jamala some time to reset and go and have a look at what's happening up at Okokoyo. Ah, there's an elephant bull here. And some oryx. Some southern oryx have come in for a swim and a drink. And the ever-present springbuck. So Okokoyo continuing to be the... What's it? A woman who bears a son or a child. So nice to see. Gosh, This pan is always so productive. It's different to Jamala. Obviously, it's in a different environment in a different area, half a continent away, but nonetheless spectacular for its diversity of animals that it attracts around it. Etosha, not known for elephant with very big tusks. They tend to break their tusks off. Most elephant have got most bull elephant like this have got splintered tusks or broken tusks. You don't see elephant with entire tusks, as is often the case in Botswana as well. An elephant giving all the animals a little bit of a go, or there was some disturbance there. I see even the elephant shook his head. So something came over and scared everyone. Let's see if this Illy goes in for a swim. Kick up some sediment. Probably give himself a bit of a mud bath. Let's see if he is brave enough to go for a dip. No, he's just finding some mud on the bottom of the pan.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
We're being treated to a dust storm coming in now over the pan. Just look at that in the distance. Gosh, epic. It's a big one. So obviously not a tornado. It's not associated to a cumulus cloud. But goodness me, that is a large one. That's the first one that I've seen on the camera here at Etosha. It's fantastic. We'll whip up the dust into the air. Mother Nature just doing her thing. Dust is necessary for rain to fall. The water starts to condense out around a dust particle in the atmosphere. And this is just one of the ways a thermally driven or thermally produced cloud. It's still there. We're moving over the bush now. See, the wind has picked up slightly. The breeze ruffling the water over the pan. Oh, there's some wildebeest that have come in. So it was wildebeest and zebra making up the majority of the animals that came in along that game path. Our elephant moved off to the salt pans. So many animals around Etosha. We've just in the background there, just seen a dust storm. Looks like a little mini tornado, but obviously without the cloud being produced. You can see that the wind has come up. Slight ruffling of the pan surface. Will probably mean the end to this beautiful blue sky that we're seeing. It's the white from the salt pans or the red from the earth around Etosha gets kicked up into the atmosphere and completely obscures things. And a couple of weeks ago, we couldn't even see the trees and the tree line in the background. The haze was so intense. I just pulled up some facts here about the salt pans. The main depression covers an area of 5,000 square kilometers, 1,900 square miles, and that's roughly 130 kilometers or 81 miles long and up to 50 kilometers or 30 miles wide in some places. See it from space, actually. Winds blowing across the salt pan pick up saline dust and carry it across the country and out over the southern Atlantic. The salt enrichment provides minerals to the soil downwind of the pan, on which some wildlife depend. Almost time for us to be joined by our Africam camera feeds all over the place. Looking forward to seeing what's out at some of those locations today as well. It's so nice seeing all these animals around this pan. Almost peaceful in a way, even though there's a lot of activity going on. Everything's just slow and steady. Ha. So, welcome to the Africam camera feed. In addition to all the other cameras, and what this does is it's just increased the amount of cameras that we have available to have a look at pictures. And of course, we've opened up this portion of the show at Africam's Tower Lodge Cam, and we're out on the southern or southwestern side of the pan, which has the most unbelievable elephant wallow. It's pretty much 6 to 7 feet deep, this wallow, and elephants maintain it. I see that they've increased it substantially out towards the back over the last couple of weeks. It used to just be limited to where this elephant is now, but I see it's draining slightly down into the back end there. Elephants have a way of really making pans wider. It's just what they do. They just manipulate the bush and the environment around them. And of course, it's now allowing other animals access to the mud. But what is quite nice is we've got these 3 bull elephant, which are obviously mud wallow. Let's hope that this big guy decides to go for a bit of a lie down. Looks like he already has. Let's see if he goes down again. Wildebeest in the distance and a waterbuck. Tower Lodge also has a fence around it, rightly so. Can you imagine all these animals walking through the camp? There'd be nothing left of it. This bull elephant not allowing anyone else into his wallow. Although it looks like he's probably going to climb out now and give someone else a turn to swim. For those of you wondering where we are in Madikwe Game Reserve. It's a large game reserve located in South Africa. And Tower Lodge is one of the locations where Africam has a camera. And so that's where we're coming to you from. Live and interactive. It's a live show. This is happening right now. It's 12:04 on my clock in Madikwe right now. Here's a springbuck. And it's interactive in that you can actually ask me some questions. If you don't know how, you just log on to WildEarth's website and follow the prompts to register yourself, and then you can send through some comments and some questions. We'd love to hear from you. We've got such a great community out there. Not everybody asks questions or sends in their comments, obviously. We're thankful to those of you who do. And we'll just learn from each other, really, watching what these animals get up to on a day-to-day basis. This is a small bachelor herd of elephant. Goodness me, that's a big tusk. That is a giant elephant that's inside this water. Lots of springbuck in the background there. Gosh, it looks like a hot day in Madikwe. Wildebeest. Another Ellie. Slowly. Looks like he's also had a mud bath and is now making his way away from the pan. See what this big boy does. Maybe gives us another view of himself. He's out the water. He looks massive. One of the biggest elephant that we've actually seen in Madikwe, tusk-wise. It's already 34 degrees out there, so in the mid 90s. Hot already, and it'll probably stay hot like this for some time. The hottest portion of the day usually is between 1 and 4 o'clock. So we'll be baking here. Celi's got a great space in his mud wallow. Easily 6 foot deep there where he's standing at the moment. Deepest portion of this wallow. Andrew, the video guy, 100% agree with you. That water does look so inviting. But this particular pan has got about 5 crocodiles that live in it as well. And so, as inviting as what it is, it's also deadly. Crocodiles are one of the few animals on Earth that actually actively will hunt people. In some areas, South Luangwa, for instance, and the Luangwa River, they still do hunt people. Just in one area. I mean, I know in Botswana there's a lot of crocodiles that kill people there as well. Zimbabwe, up in Lake Kariba. Picasso, you've asked an interesting question in that how many elephant, are there any elephant that don't make it during a dry season or during a winter? Picasso, not many, no. There will be some that get weak and won't make it. But in general, elephant numbers are picking up everywhere. So it's although the sick and the weak will die naturally through attrition, and it is harder to if you compromise. That is hardest this time of the year. So I would imagine that there's a higher attrition rate, but you don't really see a lot of elephant carcasses lying around. It's crazy. And those that you do are finished by vultures so quickly, unless lions come up on them, and then you can have a very stinky elephant for a couple of days, week to 10 days. But that's a good question. So you don't see it a lot, but there must be. It's just a natural attrition, and it is going to be higher in the drier, harder months of the year. But by no means limited to that only. He's Ellie. He's just sticking in his mud pool. He's not giving anyone a chance to get in there. He's not even lying down. He's just standing in it. Also a fairly large bull elephant that's on the right hand side. Left hand side, excuse me. Quite as big as this boy in the mud, but not small.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
So great seeing this elephant. You don't really know how big he is. He's a massive bull elephant that's and he's standing in the mud. It's a common moorhen in the foreground. That's that black bird that you see pecking at the reeds, and a blacksmith lapwing. I would argue that this elephant's probably at least a third bigger than this one standing outside of the water. And his tusks are massive as well. They're just hidden from this particular, or hidden from us by this particular view. I'm amazed at how much additional surface area to the swallow these elephants have created over the last couple of weeks. They really do landscape. It's in fact one of their ecological functions in the greater scheme of things. Is terraforming. Gosh, that is a deep mud puddle. See how big this elephant now is. There he goes. Finally going for a bit of a lie down. No? It's climbing out. Gosh, what a show. Those tusks probably as thick as my waist. But there's another location that we've got an African camera at in Tembe, in KZN, KwaZulu-Natal. And this is one of those parks that have even bigger tusked elephants. Why don't we go and have a look and see what's around that camera? Yeah, so we've come very far west. Excuse me, very far east, very close to the Indian Ocean here. This is Tembe Elephant Park, and the African camera that we have located there. And we've got two elephant. The one on the left is as big as the one that we just left now, with longer tusks. And this is the first time that I've actually seen mud in these particular depressions. Other times that I've come here, there hasn't been. There's been a bit of rain in the area recently. In fact, it rained for a couple of days. So we weren't able to see what was happening. Here we've got an elephant coming in from the background on the other side of the trees, and you can just see already that he's just got massive tusks. So Tembe Elephant Park has some of the largest tusked elephant bulls in Africa, and some of the largest tusked elephant bulls, definitely in South Africa for sure. He's a big guy. Goodness me, this is a big boy. Jenna, all the way from the UK, good to hear from you. And you've asked, is it possible for elephants to get stuck in the mud, adult elephants to get stuck in the mud? You don't see it that often, Jenna, to be honest with you. I mean, I've seen elephants stuck in the mud. You see videos of it cropping up from time to time. But it needs to be quite special, it needs to be something has happened. The elephant's weak, it's, this time of the year, it was injured in some way, or the mud is really atypical, and just suck the elephant down. But like these general mud pools that you see here that these elephants create and manage and maintain, you don't see these mud pools with elephants stuck in often at all. They really are amazing at getting themselves around. Like, often you'd watch elephant go to places that it would be impossible for a vehicle of any type. I don't care what vehicle. Tank, the best kitted out Land Rover you can find. Elephants outcompete them all the time. And they're big. They weigh as much as what these cars do. There's another big ellie coming in there at the back. Gosh, look at the size of these guys. Massive skull. Thick tusk. Not quite as long as these other two. But these are big elephant. This Tembe Elephant Park has got some enormous ellies. For those bird watchers, the birds on the right, the blackbirds with the white necks, are woolly-necked storks. Seems to be a healthy flock of them around. You usually only see them on their own or in pairs. There's a big elephant at the back there. What is he? Oh, he's scratching himself against the tree. Anyway. Thought it was him shaking the tree, but it was actually the wind blowing. Striding with a typical head bobbing. Some nyala in the background. Common antelope in this particular area. And it does look like an impala as well. Another ellie creeping into the scene from the right. See him coming out onto the path there. So many. What is noticeable from this particular shot of these ellies is how in their tails are in such good condition. Sometimes elephants' tails can get a bit scrappy and bald. But both of these elephants have got quite substantial tufts. And the hair there is thick. You know, when you look at an elephant hair from its tail without the elephant there, it's actually thick like a piece of wire, like fencing wire. It's just the size and the bulk of the elephant that make it look like it's quite fine, but it isn't. There's it. One of the very large elephant that came into the scene just now, coming back in and back. Gosh, tusks are... Yeah, insanely big. Great.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
And almost right underneath the Africam camera, we've got these ellies feeding on this grass that's growing on this mud flat. I mean, these ellies are talking about mud, there you've got your answer there. These ellies are standing in 7 foot deep mud. I mean, if there was going to be mud that gets something stuck, this would be it. So hopefully you're still watching, Jenna, all the way from the UK, and you can let's see. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen any more than you do. I don't see elephant in mud this deep very often. It is a risk for them. But of course, the reward is that there's not much green out there, as you can see. I mean, that mud, so you wouldn't drive a tank through that. It's also interesting is the way these elephants are picking this grass. Notice that they're not pulling it out. They're trying to reduce the amount of mud that they're getting into their systems as well. So they are scooping the grass up rather than pulling out tufts. And it's very precise work. Amazing to see. Almost doesn't seem worth the effort, right? It obviously is. There's an elephant there in the background trying to get out of the mud. See how he's had to lift himself up there and immediately just sank down. Doesn't seem to be deterring him whatsoever. See how deep this mud goes now. Lisa, you'd like to know why I flap the ears all the time. Good to hear from you, Lisa. Lisa, they flap their ears to cool themselves down. So all the elephant's blood in their body goes through their ears in a relatively short period of time. And they use their ears as heat sinks, so basically to let body heat go. And that's why often you see elephants wet behind their ears, like these two elephants here, and spray mud first behind their ears than anywhere else in their bodies. And it's because it's there that the greatest cooling will take place. And so, yeah, they're just big radiator fans. And by creating draft and evaporation of that water, it cools down substantially the body temperature of an elephant and allows them to function for much longer periods in the day than would be normally animals of this size wouldn't normally be able to do. Yes, that elephant in the back, he looks like he's deep in the mud there. Let's see what he does. He gets out. Okay, gosh. Jenna, I hope you're watching. That was just a great view of how, even though that elephant's foot was 7 foot deep in the mud, how he's getting himself out. Let's have a look at now. Power to get himself out of that mud. Goodness me. What a sighting. This to me is the sighting of the day. Something that you don't see very often at all is elephants compromising themselves like this. They're usually very considered, but obviously the risk is worth the reward. A grass blade at a time. elephant basically right underneath the camera at the moment. It's crazy. Hopefully you're hearing all the noises of them picking at the grass, using the side of their trunk. And actually, that sideways motion is the elephants will either eat right or eat left, so curl left or curl right. This looks like a left-hand curled elephant. Tiny little mouthfuls at a time. It's crazy. We're going to come right up underneath the camera. Gets to this food because of the mud. Big guy there in the back. What is he going to do? Chase the bird away? Gosh, what a bully. What a sighting. Amazing. Right, why don't we leave these Ellies for a short while and go and see what's happening around Jamala. The beauty of having cameras all over the place. We've got this bird's eye view, a new location for this particular camera, and we've got another herd of elephant that's come into the pan for a drink and a swim. You can see in the center some Ellies that are already in the water and enjoying the mud. These are opposed to the giants that we're looking at now, both at Tembe and at Tau. Jamala being also in Madikwe, a couple of kilometers away from Tau. Why are we watching Ellies? There's another elephant there on the left. I didn't even notice it was lying completely on its side. Some zebra coming in. Gosh, what is he? Being treated all around today. No green grass to eat now.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
This mom elephant and her baby just absolutely rejoicing in this cooler, in this mud, this cooling mud. You can see that little baby in front of mom basically just, I don't know, having the best time, shaking his head, blowing bubbles. So cool. The best swim ever. Their mom's gonna go down. Oh, there you go. Epic. So hot. What an absolute treat watching this little baby have the best swim of his day. And this mom is just having the best shower as well. She's getting every patch of herself wet. Oh, baby plays. Lying staring at his trunk, trying to be with mom, trying to do what mom's doing, but not quite getting it right. Much better to just go under the water. Come on, mom, you can also go for a swim. Dashing that mud, it must be the best feeling. Can get upwards of 50 degrees centigrade on the back of an elephant in the heat. You know, being grey and having such a large surface area attracts a lot of sunlight. Love this new camera angle. It allows us to get into places on this pan. We never had to have looked through other animals to see that before. Really great view. Gosh, there's a lot of elephant around here now. And getting to the time of the show where I'm going to be handing over to one of my colleagues in the next minute or so. Liam's going to be taking you through for the rest of the show today, all the way down to 3 o'clock Central Africa time. And from the looks of things, with the heat that's just building, you are not going to be bored. So definitely stick around. There's much, much, much more to come, I would imagine. Really great to be with you this morning. Thank you for all of your questions and your comments, from my part at least anyway. I'll be with you soon again. And I'm sure you're going to be enjoying your afternoon with Liam. Hopefully you've got some nice refreshing beverages to go with this mud bath. I don't even know what day it is. It's Saturday today, right?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the very lucky naturalist coming to you very much live from my home in the town of Nelspruit in South Africa's northeast, right on the boundary of the Kruger National Park. And what a scene this afternoon from Jamala in South Africa's Madikwe Game Reserve. Elephants for days. Counting the individuals in the frame 2 or 3 minutes ago, there were over 30. So that is a serious concentration of ellies drawn in by the promise of a nice cool drink and a bit of a splash in the mud. A welcome relief on what must be a scorching afternoon in South Africa's northwest. Hot and dry. But that comes with the territory. This is what a dry season in Africa looks like. I think we're going to hop over to Okakoyo and have a look at what's happening over there. Haha, how cool is that? A desert elephant and what looks like a mixture of zebra and wildebeest in the background there. Now, I call this guy a desert elephant. It is quite a different animal to the savanna elephants we've been looking at all over the place otherwise. These desert-adapted ellies really are capable of some impressive feats. Probably the most of all is the fact that they can live almost independently of water. They will, of course, as we can see in front of us, seize the opportunity to sort of have a drink and have a splash in an artificial waterhole if one is provided. But as is the case across much of the Namib Desert, they find it very difficult to find standing water at any time of the year. Outrageously impressive that a beast so large that is so dependent on ample supplies of water everywhere else in Africa can manage so well in a landscape like this. But notoriously shy and secretive. And off he goes. Now, thirst is a very powerful motivator for wildlife, and it surely is one of the greatest driving forces on the movements of African animals, in particular at this time of year. There isn't a whole lot of standing water out in the bush, pretty much anywhere. So with a lot of these animals, in particular the herbivore species, they're literally walking dozens of miles every day between areas of prime feeding, prime grazing and browsing, and sources of fresh drinking water. A trip for something like the elephant, which must be made at least twice a day. Ha, and the zebra have their chance now. And aren't they a sight? Now, these burchels from East Africa are just so crisp, stunning, pitch black, snow white. They are a sight to behold. Slightly visually different to the plains zebra, which is a very, very close genetic relative that occurs in much of southern Africa. These guys do not have the dirty shadow stripe in the middle of those white stripes that we see on our plains zebra. But they are very, very close indeed. Oh, also a lovely swallowtail butterfly there. Yeah, that looks like a green-banded swallowtail. Very nice. Not all about the big stuff. Anyway, I think time now to check back in at Tau Lodge, back in South Africa's northwest, see what's happening there. Haha, and it is a hive of activity. Quite a bit of bird life, at least two big ellie bulls enjoying this tremendously thick mud. Now that large white bird which has just disappeared out of frame was an African spoonbill. We have that looks like a black crake, a little dark bird in the bottom right. And a number of three-banded plovers, I'd say. There is life all over the place. And spending time in the wilds in Africa, the presence of water will always be a good guarantee of life. So on a relatively quiet game drive, a visit to the Waterhole often provides interesting results. That spoonbill is one of my favorite bird species, a wading bird, a relative of the stork, and with a very, very nicely evolved spoon-shaped bill for fishing things like crustaceans, mollusks, little fish, and insects out of the mud. And then, of course, these massive ellie boys are feeding on sort of floating pads of vegetation that I suppose would be pretty inaccessible to all of the other drinkers. That mud, which must be 4 or 5 feet thick, presents a bird of a danger to other herbivores. Obviously, getting in there up to your neck could put you in a situation where you are completely stuck. But not for these elephants. They've got lots of power. Andrew, the video guy, thanks for your comment there. Yeah, what a nice sighting. And the vistas here at Tau in Madikwe are particularly marvelous. There's stunning Sort of rocky hills in the background, quite an arid landscape. That contrasted against sort of all of this life going on around the water. Love how these bulls are almost resting on the surface of the mud. It shows you just how thick it is. Quite a boggy place. But yeah, as you can see in the sort of landscape around, there isn't a whole lot of greenery available at all. So this grass must be a wonderful bounty at this time of year, a real bonus. And for the biggest of bulls who are brave enough to push into that really thick mud, they get a bit of a dietary bonus there. Possibly a warthog coming down behind those ellies there, I think it is. Egyptian geese, that white bird over our sort of closest elephant's shoulder. That looks like a cattle egret. A couple of ellies moving away. Yeah, what a scene. Warthog coming in hot. Spoonbill is definitely having some success there. I've seen him snapping up small morsels a couple of times already. Also, strong potential that this body of water is a great place for things like platanas, African clawed frogs, to live. They are a favorite with wading birds. Starbuck, good afternoon. Nice to have a familiar voice on board as well. So elephant bulls are probably at their most aggressive in a must period. I'm sure you've heard naturalists here on WildEarth talking about must before. Now, must is actually a word from the Hindi language, so almost certainly a connection to elephants in the Indian culture. Must in Hindi means drunk, and it quite aptly describes a period of heightened sexual activity for male elephants, in which their testosterone naturally increases very, very suddenly by about 60 times what it normally sits at. As I say, totally natural. There's nothing the elephants can do about it, nor should they want to. It's evolved that way to drive these males to fight with one another, establish dominance, and go and locate some females. But yeah, in those must periods, they can be very, very, very dangerous indeed. Thankfully, though, for those of us operating in person in the African wild, there's a few telltale giveaways that a male is sort of approaching the peak of that must cycle. And they have a very, very, very strong, almost goat-like smell. Check this guy coming right up to the camera. Like quite a wet, stinky smell. The head gets extremely swollen, and they dribble a stream of urine non-stop. It's constant. You can also even simply see it in the way they kind of swagger up a road towards a vehicle. There's sort of this really bold, brave, sort of man on the town looking for trouble kind of swagger that they get. in periods like that, we stay away from musk bulls as much as we can. In the absence of another equally matched bull to fight with, they will happily take on vehicles, people on walking safaris. So, yeah, to be treated with very high levels of caution. But yeah, the musk doesn't last forever. Eventually those levels kind of reduce. The bull has essentially sobered up, and they come back to normal. They're quite nice gentlemen again. How cool is that? Nice bit of shade for these guys. And a steady stream of waterbirds kind of in their wake behind them. I'm sure as these ellies move through the mud, they're disturbing lots of the food that those birds are after. These bulls seizing the opportunity to catch a bit of shade, a fairly rare commodity, almost as rare as the water in this landscape by the looks of things. A bit of pushing and shoving for the prime spot. And again, we see that rhythmic flapping of the ears. That's elephant thermoregulation. So he has probably got something like over 200 liters of blood in his body, but it travels through those ears quite staggeringly in about 20 minutes under pretty immense pressure. Now, the backside of the ear is covered in skin, which, in contrast to the rest of the Ellie's body, is paper thin, with a whole network of blood vessels right close to the surface. So as the blood travels through there, the elephant flaps the ears. Air is trapped kind of between the neck and the ear, forcing it upwards and downwards, producing a beautifully cool effect. And on an excessively warm day, they'll even accelerate that process by splashing a bit of water on the backside of the ear as well. A lot of people viewing elephants for the first time in person on a safari see that ear flapping and panic. They think it means the elephant is getting aggressive or that it's going to charge. Or quite often with guests, you've kind of got to talk them down, tell them it's just an elephant that's very hot. Means you no harm. Phil from Brighton, good afternoon. I hope it's as warm where you are as it is here, but I have my doubts somehow. That is a great question, Phil. Look, it's pretty circumstantial, but certainly viewing them as dangerous animals, in particular on walking safaris. Encounters with bulls are vastly more sort of manageable and comfortable, I would say, than encounters with breeding groups of females. Again, you've got to look at that social dynamic. The bulls tend to be the biggest animal in the landscape, and as a result of them being so large, my opinion is that not a lot threatens them. So to some degree, you can operate in relatively close quarters to very large bulls, providing they're not in must, of course. But bump into a breeding herd, a herd of cows with calves. Now, those cows have got something to lose. We know that they are some of the best moms in the natural world. They will defend calves absolutely viciously. And once a female has sort of made the decision to pursue you, there's not a lot of places you can go to get away from a very angry elephant matriarch. So I would say elite cows, from that perspective, are the more dangerous. But again, it's extremely circumstantial. And obviously, from time to time, there are factors beneath the surface that we can't see. Perhaps that elephant has got an infected tooth, or something stuck in its foot. Perhaps the previous vehicle to view them wasn't so nice to them. So ellies have the potential to be dangerous. All different sorts of them. So we do treat them with the utmost respect. And they certainly have right of way. Thankfully, though, as I've mentioned in many segments before, I find them phenomenal communicators of their emotional state with their body language. So when you've spent enough time with them, a good couple of years out in the bush, you start to pick up on some very subtle, some not so subtle cues that indicate sort of an elephant's comfort level. If it's getting cross with you, it will tell you. They don't just come blasting out of the bush ready to kill. I've been fortunate to work in very close proximity to elephants for the last 12 years as a guide and a bush pilot, with no very, very serious issues at all.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
I've always found this mudslinging with elephants to be extremely impressive, considering that that trunk is kind of an extension of their nose. Imagine scooping up sort of fistfuls of mud with your nostrils and flicking them onto your body without coughing or sneezing. They can also do a similar thing with fine dust, and then of course draw water up into that trunk, hold it, and blast it into the mouth quite comfortably. As much as 13 liters at a time. Pretty mind-boggling. But the trunk, to some degree, is also their Achilles heel. The silent nemesis of the African elephant is the African honeybee. And it's almost certainly for the reason that if an elephant gets stung in that trunk and the trunk starts to close, starts to swell closed rather, that animal will have an enormously difficult time breathing. They are, after all, a vomeronasal breather. They don't breathe through their mouth at all. But with that knowledge in mind, people operating in areas where human-elephant conflict is a big issue, in particular where some of these vast national parks border onto agricultural areas with subsistence farmers who have a lot to lose when roaming elephants leave the parks and come in to eat crops. Elephant experts will quite expertly hang beehives on wires around fields of crops. The thinking being that if an elephant tries to cross into the field, it's going to bump that wire and disturb a hive full of bees. Simply the sound of honeybees buzzing is enough to turn an elephant 180 degrees and send it packing in the other direction. And of course, the wonderful benefit is that the bees pollinate the crops, and the honey collected from the hives is a much needed source of income in very rural areas. Of course, bees all over our planet are in jeopardy, in decline. So what a wonderful initiative that is. Cool. Well, speaking of large elephants, I think let's check back in at Old Donyo in southern Kenya. Let's see what's come on down to the waterhole there. Some beautiful big boys, and a nice giraffe by the looks of it, skirting along the fringes. Now, around the water's edge, the elephants sort of take first place. Based on their size, their presence, if they're not keen to share, that is the law. But some of these bulls, in particular the really big guys, can be quite tolerant. I wonder if they'll let this giraffe have a go. If all else fails, that giraffe has just got to wait. Diane from the UK, thanks for that question. Indeed, it is the honeybee. So there's a very, very popular myth that elephants are terrified of mice. I think that was actually proliferated by the Disney Corporation with movies like Dumbo in the 50s, or even 60s. I think it might even be earlier, long before my time. And that came to sort of be accepted as fact, which is a bit bizarre. Now, it's been tested on captive elephants. They've been presented with little mice, no reaction at all. They're not worried about mice. But a bee, on the other hand, a tiny inch-long honeybee, will send an elephant packing in the other direction. In the past, even needing to encourage elephants out of camps that I've worked in, You simply go onto YouTube, look up the sound of kind of an angry hive of honeybees, attach the phone to a Bluetooth speaker, walk towards that elephant, and it goes bolting in the opposite direction. It's a nice, gentle way to get them out of conflict with people. This Old Donyo Pan is one of my absolute favorite locations of all the places we go to at this live at the Waterhole. The range of species we seem to get and the proximity of the camera just gives us some of the coolest views. Some big cumulus clouds in the back there, hopefully starting to build with some rain for East Africa. Still though, the bush is looking lovely this side. Lots of life out there. What an African scene. And again, these Burchell's zebra in this area are just gorgeous. Pitch black dark stripes and then crisp, clean, snow white stripes. Our zebra down here in southern Africa also very pretty, but they do look quite different. And I guess fortune favors the brave. That giraffe wasn't quite bold enough to come in while the ellies are right here. But the zebra, taking a bit of a chance, are getting to drink. Getting a bit of relief in this midday heat. Still, many species are quite nervous around the water's edge during the day, as they should be. These waterholes provide the perfect location for a pride of lions to sort of sit in ambush, and many do. So always looking over their shoulders. But that's the beauty of walking around in a group and many eyes to spot danger with. Sure, that bull at the back is quite magnificent. Check that right tusk out, as long as his skull. This part of East Africa seems to be a bit of a melting pot for the finest animal genetics in Africa. Some unbelievable specimens of most things have come out of Kenya and Tanzania. I think it's a combination of things, wonderful animal genetics, a lack of commercial hunting in many areas, leaving the finest examples to reproduce, and soils which have a history of being very volcanic indeed. Volcanic minerals, in particular sulfur, are very present across East Africa. Sweet like marabou, I think perhaps there is a little element of that. I guess, these zebra are given a bit more confidence by the presence of these big bulls. Elephants will also drive things like lions away, so if a lion did lift its head in the shade there somewhere, there's a good chance the elephants would approach and chase them away. Bodyguards for everybody else, which is nice. Not that they do it for that reason, but it's a nice benefit. So yeah, a couple of million years ago, a very, very active volcano in East Africa showered this entire area in volcanic ash, which is extremely high in a lot of minerals to grow some of the finest, most palatable vegetation on the continent. As a result, that builds big animals with enormous horns, tusks, teeth. So it really is a spectacular place, one of a kind. These incredible elephant bulls have roamed our planet for 60 million years. Can you believe it? 60 million years of sort of evolutionary heritage. And it's reckoned that just a century ago, 100 years, so I guess a little bit more than one human lifetime, there were 400-odd thousand Ellies in Africa. I've got that wrong. 10 million elephants 100 years ago, and that's down to about 400,000 today. So down to about 4% of what it once was. I find that extremely, extremely tragic. The biggest issue behind it is pressure from a rapidly developing human world. Ivory poaching as well, coming in at quite a hot second. In East Africa in particular, taking an elephant roughly every 15 minutes. It is an epidemic, all in pursuit of a pair of really pretty silly teeth that are carved into all manner of trinkets for decorative purposes. Ivory does carve beautifully. Without a doubt, it carves like nothing else on earth. The stuff it can be made into is beautiful. But if you imagine it being sort of hacked from an elephant's face, potentially in full view of its devastated family, that's perhaps not something you want to be purchasing. And that's probably the best thing you can do to help the fight against elephant poaching in Africa. If you're ever traveling through certain parts of Asia and you do see ivory for sale, don't ever buy it. It's just not worth it. If people stop buying it, the people doing the shooting will stop.
It's that time of the year filled with tricks and treats. From the creepers to the crawlies, we're scouting the creatures that keep you up at night. Hang on to your seats as we debunk the myths behind the safari's scariest. Turn out the light and lock your door. There's a spooky safari coming to your home. Come along for some hair-raising fun this Halloween with WildEarth.
Yeah, not much to see other than a very large posterior there. But those magnificent and iconic African acacia trees there with their umbrella-shaped canopies. And off he goes. Ha! There's our giraffe that wasn't able to drink while the Ellies were capitalizing on all of the space here. So he'll have his chance now. Giraffes are extremely vulnerable around the water's edge, with their legs kind of abeam and their head dangling down at the water. If a lion was to run up and grab them, it would be game over. So they tend to be very, very shy when they do come down to drink. Having a good look around there, making absolutely sure there's nothing that wants to eat him. Definitely taking his time there. And then something pretty incredible happens. A giraffe is a bit of an evolutionary marvel in the sense that their blood pressure operates at about double the average healthy human being's blood pressure. That, we reckon, has evolved to keep blood flowing up that enormous neck against the forces of gravity to the giraffe's brain. Obviously, a pretty critical piece of its physiology. But now the giraffe spreads its legs at the water's edge and dangles that head down. Suddenly, the force of gravity operates in the other direction. All the blood goes gushing towards that giraffe's skull. But in true marvelous Mother Nature fashion, nature has thought of everything. And there is something termed a blood sponge in the circulatory system just beneath the brain to regulate the flow, so it doesn't have a massive head rush, faint, and fall into the water. But the blood rush, or rather the blood sponge, is only effective for a couple of seconds. So that giraffe takes a couple of much-needed gulps of water and then pops that head back up. It's almost like he can see us. Perhaps the movement of the camera or something caught his eye there. Very, very nervous indeed. He might not be alone here. There might be a zebra or something else sort of moving behind the camera. But he will get his drink. And then pretty remarkably, he doesn't really need to visit the waterhole again for a couple of days. He possibly will if water is freely available. But giraffes are remarkably tolerant of very dry conditions. In some areas going as much as a week between trips to water. Staggering when you think how big he is. Well over a ton, 14 or 15 feet tall. Another pretty remarkable giraffe adaptation that we're getting a good look at with this perspective is those eyelashes. Now, those have evolved for a reason that's actually demonstrated right behind him. That kind of umbrella-shaped acacia thorn tree, as its name suggests, is absolutely coated in thorns, but it's one of the giraffe's favorite food sources. So the giraffe needed to evolve beefed up protection for those lovely big eyes. The hair on the eyelids is very, very bristly and wiry. It's extremely dense, and undoubtedly it helps to protect those eyes from being pricked by thorns as giraffes poke their heads into acacia tree canopies. And just kind of in the shadows there, you can see quite a few gigantic, gigantic swallowtail butterflies. I would gamble that those are green-banded emperor swallowtail butterflies. Some of Africa's largest and most beautiful of the lepidopterids, the butterflies. All done with his drink, he looks like he's off. That is a pretty magnificent silhouette. Check it out. Eyelashes for days. Pat, it does a bit, doesn't it? They do seem to be making eye contact through that third wall. It's a bit bizarre. Well, it doesn't look like a whole lot going on here for now, but being peak drinking time, and that could obviously change at any moment. Cool, I believe there are a couple more giraffe kind of coming down, taking their time a bit. Oh, what a scenic landscape. All of these landscapes are pretty marvelous. But Old Donyo is top of my list. I'd love to go and have a visit up there. A fully mature bull would be a good 2 to potentially even 3 feet taller than this cow. So this is not a fully mature male by any means. Apologies for that. The feed from Old Donyo became a little bit unstable, all part and parcel of trying to operate these live feeds in often very remote parts of African wilderness areas. But back now in Jamala, which is in Madikwe, in South Africa's northwest, right up on the border with neighboring Botswana, we've got more ellies. And you can see their skins are completely coated in that very pale sort of grey mud, grey clay from this particular area. It's interesting that the elephants in each of Africa's sort of wild places kind of take on the color of the environment. And the skin of all of the elephants ultimately is the same. So when it rains, they're all sort of pretty dark, just grey. But for example, the elephants in Etosha with very chalky white soil, end up almost completely snow white when they wallow. In parts of East Africa, they go beautifully red with lovely rusty red soil with oxidized iron. And here they seem to be sort of pale ash colored. Really, really nice. And certainly, if you're a photographer, wonderful to get to see different elephants in different landscapes. Africa presents some pretty marvelous sort of subject photo opportunities. Cobra, a very good question from yourself as well this afternoon. I think, I think they're pretty effective at kind of regulating their body heat. As we mentioned earlier, sort of that ear flapping, radiating the heat from there, and then the presence of the water means that they really aren't suffering too much in this heat. So yeah, it does seem to make them really relaxed. They just stick around for a. Yeah, you would think they'd want to just drink the splash and then go and find some shade. But I guess having your feet in the water is just that pleasant. And we as humans can relate to that. It's nice to be on the beach in the sun. If you can dip into the water for a bit of a refresh once in a while. Yeah, it looks like loads of elephant activity in this spot. Somebody very close to me has just sent me a text to suggest an alternative name for elephant ears: ear conditioners, which I like very much. Thank you, Sonia. Can you imagine carrying your own ear condoms with you wherever you went? I've got very big ears, so I can relate. Mine don't flap quite as nicely though. Isn't that trunk just the most versatile thing you've ever seen? It gives these cows the ability even to take a drink with that sort of 2 foot step in front of them. But a bit of a precarious spot to have a drink. You can see that calf kind of more to her right. Easy for a baby to slip down there and not be able to get kind of back up. But once again, they are some of the finest mums in nature. If a baby does end up in the mud, unable to get out, the cows will all jump in, lead the baby to a side which is sort of a bit more his level. Yeah, you can understand them being pretty ferocious mums. They've got the longest gestation, so the longest period of pregnancy of any mammal on land. It's massive, 22 months, almost 2 years. So when that baby arrives, it is a lifelong commitment for that mum. Interesting to think that if an elephant cow ovulates for the first time when she hits puberty at 12 or 13, and if she gives birth to a calf which is born female, that baby will be stood by mom's side when she passes away of old age in her late 50s. Their relationships last forever. They have to be together. And once again, I've said it so many times before, with that knowledge in mind, with the knowledge that family is so important to them, when you view elephants in far-flung corners of the world, in zoos, in particular, elephants kept alone, that is a fate worse than death for an elephant. It is the most horrible thing. They belong in the wild, and they belong together for sure. I won't badmouth zoos, though. They certainly have their purpose for the breeding of a lot of endangered species, in particular frogs and birds and fish and all sorts of things that would have disappeared otherwise. And we really need them. And of course, for many people across the world that will never have the means to get themselves all the way across the world to view animals in their environments, in their natural environments, zoos are pretty essential. Got tremendous value to inspire children to be the custodians of the natural world for the future. So yeah, they definitely have their place, but my opinion, and I feel pretty strongly about it, is that they shouldn't have elephants, shouldn't have intelligent whales, things like the orcas and the dolphins, animals that need lots of space and lots of socializing done in captivity. Well, it looks like that massive matriarch and her little family there are on their way. And we will see what else is happening here. And they certainly aren't alone. About half an hour, 45 minutes ago, there were over 30 ellies at this waterhole, so it does seem to be a real hub for elephant movement through the hot hours. Water is life. And when you are one of the largest life forms on the planet, certainly the largest to walk on land, you're going to need a lot of water.
Are you an Africam enthusiast who craves more than just a front row seat to the wild? With Africam Premium, you get to enjoy ad-free Africam streams. Take jaw-dropping shots and participate in exciting photo competitions. Dive into the world of safari snaps. Africam Premium gives you access to exclusive content, including shows, educational courses, and behind-the-scenes footage that you won't find anywhere else. Join us today and make the wild your playground.
Way to cool off. No shortage of warthogs in this area. So much like domestic pigs and wild boar in other parts of the world, parts of Europe, parts of America, and they are omnivores, so they feed on a pretty vast array of different food sources. Oh, bit of fisticuffs there. That big Ellie telling them to break it up, it's nap time. But yeah, warthogs will quite happily take birds' eggs, perhaps small baby birds on the ground, a range of plant material, fruits, berries, nuts, fresh shoots, and then they'll even scavenge a bit of carrion, a bit of dead meat off of something like a lion's kill, provided of course the lion is not still there. And as ever around the waterholes, they attract quite a bit of bird life as well. I believe we've got a knob-billed coot. It's the quite dark bird closest to us. and some Egyptian geese, the ever-present African Egyptian goose. Not necessarily from Egypt, though I'm sure you get them along the River Nile. But the name Egyptian goose is thought to have come from the fact that they have kind of makeup-like markings around their eyes, which look a little bit like the makeup of the pharaohs. Truth be told, they're found all over Africa, and now, after having been introduced, there are alien invasive populations across a large amount of Europe as well. They're not the nicest things to have around in a place where they don't belong, because they can be very bold, pretty aggressive. They do tend to bully smaller waterfowl, smaller ducks, crakes, coots, that sort of thing. But this is where they belong. They're not a nuisance in Africa. Unless you own a golf course. Apparently the golf course people absolutely hate them because they poop all over the greens. Tadiwa, I don't know if maybe you can put that question up on screen. It came through a little bit garbled there. Thanks very much, Tadiwa. Hi, Sean. So you've asked, would dung beetles be in this water? No. So dung beetles tend to avoid water. They're much more comfortable on land. In truth, their whole sort of life cycle occurs on solid, dry land. A male and a female will work their way into sort of a dung pile, and the male builds a nice ball. They make balls for a couple of different reasons, but probably initially a nuptial ball, which sounds a bit ridiculous, but it is the dung beetle equivalent of an engagement ring. So that attracts the female. She attaches nicely to that ball, and then the male will roll it off into the bush with the female attached. Quite a dizzying experience, I'm sure. And then they push it off into the bush, eat a bit of it, bury it, and then into that ball she lays an egg. When the egg hatches, sort of a beetle grub, a big sort of fleshy, maggoty type looking thing. As it develops, it feasts on that dung, which is laid in a nice clay shell, like a clay pot, produced by the parents. It develops, metamorphosizes into an adult beetle, breaks out and carries on the cycle. So yeah, pretty fascinating. It's one of those things to be aware of as a naturalist driving guests around on a safari, though. One of the first lessons we learn as young field guides is that we're absolutely not allowed to run over piles of elephant dung because they can contain, quite literally, thousands of dung beetles. So you really don't want to do that. Be destroying a whole lot of by just carelessly squashing a big pile of it. Sometimes it's unavoidable, but if there's absolutely any chance at all, we go around. Thankfully, no shortage of dung with these ellies around. A pretty spectacular bit of scientific stuff that I read recently was that dung beetles are reckoned in these environments with large herbivores. Dung beetles are reckoned to bury a metric ton of dung per cubic hectare per year. A metric ton. Isn't that staggering? So think about how much fertilizer that tiny dung beetle is responsible for putting back into the soil. They are an essential element of sort of the greater cycle out here. Sure, Ellie's all over the place here at Madikwe. And that is one really tiny calf under the body of that large cow, sort of closest to the frame. You can see the way that calf stands underneath his mother without touching her belly. That tells us that that little youngster really is a newborn. Even from here I can see he's quite shaky on his feet, possibly days to weeks old. That is a tiny youngster. Also a fairly small one on the left there. Hopefully these ellies slowly but surely come down to the water and give us a slightly better look at those youngsters. Jeepers, that one coming out of the bush looks like a white elephant. Again, a factor of something that it's chucked onto its back, some sort of very pale mud. But it does make them look quite magical. And that is perhaps where the myth of a white elephant has sort of come from. Elephants do produce albino calves on occasion, but rather than being white, the babies are pink. And unfortunately, it seems to be a bit of a curse for an elephant, you can imagine, with them spending so much time in the sun. I did, on one occasion in the Sabi Sands, see an adult elephant cow that was undoubtedly white. She had pink eyes, pink lips, pink tip to the trunk, all of that. But her skin was just crusted and blackened, I'm sure, very badly damaged by the sun. So yeah, it's not the easiest life, but obviously they can survive it. Here they come now, that's great.
Wild babies, little bits of heaven sent down to earth to stumble and tumble their way into our hearts. Join us as we celebrate and find as many wild babies as we can on Safari Live. Vote for who you think is the most adorable. Prepare your hearts for a cuteness overload. WildEarth, it's in your nature.
white one, going in for a change of color. Tadiwa, I wonder if you might be able to put that question up on screen again. Hi, Lyra. And you've asked, why do Ellies lift one leg and sway it backwards and forwards? That's a great question. It's a prime example of elephant body language, and it translates very, very simply. It shows a moment of indecision. So an elephant not quite sure what it should do next. Often when we encounter them on foot, and they'll point straight at the group of people and kind of lift the front foot, and it shows an elephant that's insecure, doesn't quite know what it should be doing, like that bull is doing right now. Should I approach closer? And I think that's what he's going to do. Yeah, a great question, and well observed. Here comes the really small guy. It is a tiny newborn. Check it out, even still wobbly on his legs. Maybe one of the first times this calf has actually come down to the water. They're usually only wobbly on their feet for about the first 2 or 3 weeks of life. So this guy is new, brand new. Ellies also don't really have a breeding season. Calves can appear at any time of the year. Check it out. Now, Mom is also not a massive female. This is probably only her second calf. I think her first baby is behind her. Elephant females are in an almost permanent state of pregnancy, with a string of calves behind them. Oh, check it out. Tiny thing. If unguarded at this size, they're pretty vulnerable to attacks from predators. Occasionally you see them missing tails and missing the tips of their trunks, undoubtedly from conflicts with things like hyenas in the dark. But thankfully, one little squeal of discomfort from that calf, and he has an ultra protective group of adult females there to look after him. That bull is interested, but the cows are doing their best to try and get that calf out of the way. Bulls can be pretty big, boisterous things. Having a goof of that calf, and the cows seem to be relatively tolerant of him. I suppose under supervision, though. And there's a good chance with a female having recently delivered a little tiny newborn baby, estrogen levels are pretty elevated. So I would think that bull might be getting some sort of false sense that she could be ovulating again. Baby definitely not used to spending time around the water. Seems a little bit nervous around it. Also, something to keep in mind is this calf is getting pretty much all the fluid it needs from its mother's lovely rich milk. But he will gradually learn uh, to drink water initially by going down on his front legs and actually drinking with his mouth, because he hasn't quite learnt to sort of grasp the use of that trunk. It'll take months, potentially even a year. Still quite a bit of bird life around. A blacksmith lapwing closest to the ellies there, and a pied crow. Two different examples of nice sort of black and white birds. Interesting to have a view of these two bulls from the back. What I want to direct your attention to is the curtain on the rear surface of the ear. So the larger, older bull to the right has a much longer curtain than the chap on the left there. Ears for elephants seem to keep growing as they get older, and that curtain simply becomes longer and longer. There's no sort of exact science to it, that an exact length corresponds with an exact age. But when you've viewed hundreds and hundreds of elephants over the years, you can certainly judge that by a very long curtain, a bull is kind of in the final chapter of his life. The cow's probably quite wisely heading off to the right there, away from these big bulls. I've just had a slightly longer question sent in by Simba, and thank you very much, Simba, for that question. Simba asks, how do African elephants cope with environmental challenges such as droughts and changing ecosystems? Simba, that's a really nice one. So the beauty of elephants is that they have incredible abilities to move. If things get bad in a certain sort of environment, Ellies potentially have the ability to walk possibly thousands of kilometers to get to an area which presents them with the resources that they need to survive. But in the modern age, with borders and cities and fences and tar roads and all of that in the way, often that is simply no longer possible. It is still possible in a few areas. Southern Africa has got a few immense transfrontier parks, kind of the size of countries. So that will hopefully give the elephants the ability to move somewhere else. But in many cases, it just isn't possible anymore. And that's why we do see the sort of population reduction that we are looking at the moment. So again, Africa's current elephant population is 4% of what it was 100 years ago. It's about 400,000. It used to be 10 million. Yeah, it's pretty staggering stuff. And we do have a huge responsibility to conserve the areas that they need in order to move. Again, they've been here for 60 million years. They were very much here first. And there are ways to utilize the land effectively, but still make way for both human habitation, human activities like agriculture, and to still have a way for the elephants to move through without the two butting heads. So it is possible. We make an enormous and pretty grave mistake as humans thinking that we are no longer part of the natural world. We are. We are part of nature. So we have to find ways of coexisting a little bit more peacefully with it. A very cheeky elephant on the left there. Those three young warthogs tried their best to make a stealthy loop around, but he was having none of it. Yeah, again, these Ellie bulls can be pretty boisterous, even into sort of middle age. Lots of testosterone. They're pretty keen to challenge anything smaller than them. And they'll try it with people too. Pig straight into the mud.
Why, hello there! What's up, friends? I wanted to be the first to tell you that I'm taking a break from driving my Fortuner around the concrete jungle that is Johannesburg and actually going back on another safari. So we are heading down to Sabi, to Djuma, to spend a couple of days there with the team from WildEarth and, of course, Mr. James Henry. Join us virtually. We would love to share what we see, and I can't promise that I know everything, but luckily that's why James is there. Anyways, we'll see you there.
is obviously a croc around somewhere. I was hopeful we might spot him. But in his absence, a white-faced whistling duck, which produces such a nice little call, and a big grey heron. Yeah, unless this crocodile is sunning himself on the bank somewhere, and there's lots of little nooks and crannies in the mud, sort of between these sort of mats of floating vegetation. Plenty of spots for him to disappear, lying in ambush. I'm sure he's around somewhere. Again, a large Nile crocodile at about 5 to 6 meters, close to 18 feet, can disappear in less than 3 foot of dirty water. He can then hide there for an hour without breathing, without even moving, waiting for something to come within sort of snapping distance. They are a force to be reckoned with. Got big respect for a crocodile. Certainly a lot of warthogs around. I have no doubt he feasts on those occasionally. In most areas, though, about 70% of the diet of a crocodile is actually fish. And I don't know. There's probably not a whole lot of fish in this muddy pan. A black-winged stilt in the top right corner. And a coot in the top left. Yeah, quite a lot of nice water birds around. Ryan, we do get a species of water snake in Africa, a brown water snake, but they tend to favour like freshwater, flowing freshwater, things like streams and rivers. I've never ever found one in a pan in one of these areas. Otherwise, though, the most logical species that you'll find in standing water like this will be the African rock python, or the southern African python, as our one has now been renamed. This southern African python is one of the largest or heaviest snake species on the planet. They'll easily get up to the same sort of length as an adult Nile crocodile, well over 5 meters. I've heard reports of 6, even 7 meter individuals. That's a snake that'll be wider than the average human being's body, big heavy thing. And they, much like a crocodile, will sit in the muddy water with just their nostrils out so they can breathe, waiting for something like a duck or perhaps even a small warthog, an antelope, to come along, at which time they'll snap it with their jaws, pull it into the water, and then wrap some coils around it, asphyxiating it. So there certainly are snakes around. I'm a particularly massive fan of snakes. I have always been. And thankfully, I grew up in a house with a dad that was equally wildlife oriented. So he was very obliging. I always had a steady stream of of curiosities in my room. Interesting snakes and lizards and all sorts of things. A couple of zebra coming down in the back as those ellies disappear. Again, there isn't much lush greenery out in the landscape. So these sort of turrets of well-moistened vegetation growing in the mud must be a real bounty to things like the warthogs and the ellies that can actually feed on it. That grey heron, also a very skilled hunter with that stabbing bill. He's after pretty much anything he can overpower, from hatchling crocodiles to fish to insects. I've even on a number of occasions viewed them feeding on snakes, frogs. Yeah, as I said, anything I can fit between those two rather sharp-looking pieces in their bill. Big group of zebra at the back there, certainly slowly coming down. Again, it's in their best interest not to come galloping down to the water's edge, as thirsty as they must be. They kind of come in slowly, scope things out. Very probable that a predator could be around here somewhere. Oh, bit of a trip and a stumble for that warthog. He's all right though. Sure, that is a big group of zebs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Yeah, a very big group of zebra. That mare on the far left bulging out at the sides like a balloon. She is without a doubt heavily in foal. She's pregnant.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on the Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
That little calf really getting into it. Again, perhaps not having full command of his trunk. A lot of youngsters will get down on their, I guess, their wrists on the front legs and literally just plant their face in the mud. And truth be told, even adults that have full command of the trunk will do that sometimes. They take on this wonderful, playful attitude when they get down to the water. Big saunder of warthogs coming in there on the left, quite a big group. They seem to be very plentiful across Madikwe. Now, we don't see mountains of them live on safari from places like the Sabi Sands. They are there, but I think with the density of things like leopard and lion in particular, the warthogs are pretty outcompeted. A pretty massive elephant bull closest to us, with a large kind of broken off tusk there. There's some evidence to suggest that the quality of a male elephant's tusks correspond a little bit with his personality. In particular, it gives us an indication of what he's like when he is in must. That period of kind of hyper-aggression that all male ellies go through. What that tells me is this guy with his very broken tusks, when he does find himself in one of those must cycles, is a bit of a fighter. He likes to fight with other elephant bulls. He's possibly quite confrontational with cars. Then we look at another elephant bull with large, sort of fully formed tusks that he's managed to keep intact and allowed to sort of grow all the way towards the ground. A bull like that is a much more gentle character when he's in must. It's just another one of those very subtle cues we can use to sort of check on an elephant's temperament. I've had another slightly longer question texted through to me from Mad Maz. Hello, Maz. You've asked about the weight of an elephant calf at birth and how much milk they drink in a day. So at birth, possibly anywhere between about 50 and about 100 kilos, depending on the size of the cow. A smaller cow would almost certainly give birth to a smaller calf. And that little baby is probably drinking anywhere between 5 and about 15 liters of milk every single day. They will drink milk basically as long as the mom lets them. So possibly until the age of about 3, at which time a mom has almost certainly got another baby on the way. And when that next calf arrives, the initial one has to be weaned. It must stop. But yeah, of course, that elephant calf is not entirely dependent on mom's milk for all of 3 years. It's it's eating vegetation from a couple of months of age. But I think mom's milk is just so rich and so nice. If she's willing to give it, a toddler will continue to take it, a bit like humans as well. They do have to be sort of forced out of the habit eventually. Line 8, good afternoon. Honey badgers certainly will drink if standing water is available, but in the same breath, they're also remarkably um, kind of desert adapted, I guess is the right term. So, in parts of like the Kalahari, the Namib Desert, honey badgers get everything they need to survive from the food that they eat. There's enough moisture in geckos and beetles and, of course, honey and bee larvae to keep them going. But of course, yeah, they do occur in Madikwe, actually at pretty much all of our locations. Oldonyo, Tembe, the Sabi Sands, where there is quite a bit of water. So they will drink from a waterhole. But predominantly active quite late at night. I think we're just often not around at the right time to see them. They're a fairly common and fairly widespread species across the entire continent. But again, like an aardvark, it's just one of those things that's very, very secretive. But yeah, good question. Thank you. Quite a small calf on the far left there. Really little guy. I wouldn't say he's as newborn as the one we saw in an earlier segment, but still a little infant. And you can see that activity with the trunk is sort of not quite coordinated. It's getting there, but still a lot to learn. Now, there's around 25,000 incredible muscles in that trunk, all sort of arranged one on top of the other. So you can imagine it taking a whole lot of time to connect all of the circuits in the brain to all of those muscles and to coordinate it all. An adult elephant, though, has it mastered. That trunk is versatile enough to be used to sort of push over a massive tree or flick a single fly from sort of the corner of their eye. And they're capable of picking up tiny, tiny things, something as small as a coin with the tip of their trunk. This cow seems like she's got a bit of an itchy foot or something peculiar going on there. I think she's actually just scratching it on the very end of that log. Now, the feet are pretty incredible. An x-ray of an elephant's foot shows us that the structure is actually very similar to that of a human hand. They have extremely long sort of toe digits, but beneath it all is a rather large cushion of spongy cartilage, which the elephant uses as kind of a shock absorber. And you can see it kind of expanding under their weight as they move away. But the bottom is very, very sort of crusty. It's a proper heel corn. And yeah, they'll happily step on big 3-4 inch thorns and have them go all the way into that toe pad without causing too much of a fuss. Tough, gnarly things. Also having a bit of a foot scratch there by the looks of it. His back left foot. Yeah, in spite of the feet being pretty leathery, and certainly sort of crusted and resistant to thorns and all of that, they're still remarkably graceful with their footfalls. And many a naturalist, many a field guide will tell you they've been sort of snuck up on by mammoth elephant bulls. They just sort of arrive behind you without making any sound at all. Yeah, they make a whole lot less noise than 2 or 3 people walking through the bush, that's for sure. Again, there's that moment of indecision, that elephant lifting his front foot. Which way am I going to go? So in about 2 minutes, we're going to be wrapping up the Live at the Waterhole show for the afternoon. And what a pleasure it's been. As ever, we will be back live once again, and I'll be on again tomorrow afternoon. So please jump on and join us again. It promises to be another action-packed series of views into life around the Waterhole in a couple of really beautiful African locations tomorrow. So from myself, naturalist Liam Burrow, our director for the day, Tadiwa, and the entire extended WildEarth and Live at the Waterhole team behind the scenes, we'd like to send you a very large thank you, an elephant-sized thank you, if you will. We hope wherever you are happy and having a nice day, and we hope to see you tomorrow. Have a great one.
This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.